some point while recording this, we'll cross over the 3 million view threshold. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowski, and once again today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at Georgia O'Keeffe once again. This is, I think, our fourth painting of hers that we're going to be doing. Maybe the fifth painting of hers we did one a few years ago. So we're going to be doing this one here, Cow Skull, red, white, and blue from 1931. An iconic piece of hers. And, one of her most famous pieces, a piece that it kind of helps cement her reputation as someone who paints skulls and bones, as well as the New Mexico landscape and, of course, flowers. But this one features very prominently. It's also in the collection of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, so people from all over the world have seen it. So let's look at the plan for today's episode. We're in a few moments going to talk about how difficult this painting is, the scale of difficulty. We'll talk about materials required, do the image transfer, we might do the Imprimatura first, and then background, and then the image transfer. Let's think about this as we go forward here. What else do we want to do? We're not really going to talk too much about her biography because we've done that before. And then we're going to kind of bounce around back and forth here. I'm hoping we'll finish today's painting in about 3.5 hours. I'm going to try to do this one a little bit faster. So, of course, if you're new to the channel, please consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell so you know when future episodes are going to take place. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation of $5, price of a cup of coffee via PayPal, that would be awesome. You can also donate via email or send a check in the mail to contact me in the latter two methods. You can find my email on the Facebook group and my personal website, which is in the link in the video description down below. The links for that are down below. And I really sincerely appreciate everyone's support over the years. It helps pay the bills, pay off this new camera, and keep the show going on year after year. So let's talk about the scale of difficulty for today's painting. So here's sort of the breakdown of how difficult and how much experience you might feel like you need to do this artwork. At the very beginning is if you've literally never painted before, you just have these paints in your basement, and you want to see if you can do it, that would be here. I think it's a little bit more complex than that. Novice is a little bit of experience would be helpful. Intermediate, you've been painting with me for a little bit. You've done a dozen or so paintings or more with me. Advanced is if you've done dozens and dozens of them, and you're starting to do your own thing. And number 5 is you find it easy to do anything, and you're also challenging yourself by finding other artworks that you could do by other artists, and of course pursuing your own individual art practice. So I would say today we are going to be somewhere between novice and intermediate. I think both types of artists should be able to tackle it with obviously various different levels of success. But I think this is a great painting to do some blending exercises. We're going to do 2 different types here. We're going to paint wet into wet, and then we're also going to use some glazing fluid. So we're going to mix a couple different techniques here together, which should be helpful for a beginner. Okay. So, materials required. Now, I've done an entire episode that's like an hour and a half long, going deep into depth about everything we're about to look at, but still many people are watching for the first time, and maybe you've never seen me before and want to know where to get started. So here's your quick condensed version. We're going to be painting on a 9x12 size canvas board using acrylic paint. We are, I don't think we're going to need anything here. Of course, you want to have something to help the cleanup process, so a rag, wearing clothes that can get paint on them. I think being prepared is better than getting surprised and having to scramble to clean up a mess. So we're going to be using what's called a split primary palette. I wish I learned about this when I was, in high school, or even when I was in art school, and even when I was in graduate art school. No one ever talked about this kind of stuff. It wasn't until I started teaching on my own that I discovered this method, and I've done now, almost 400 individual episodes on different paintings from around the world, and we can do it all using this very simple process, using 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, plus white, and we can even mix our own black. Now, of course, I have a few tubes of black paint that I rarely use. I bought them 4 years ago, and they're both still half full. So let's look at this particular method and why it's so important. The split primary palette really emphasizes color temperature. And understanding color temperature really helps you mix the colors you want, as well as to help create depth and space in your artwork. As I say, all colors are either warm or cool, obviously some more than others. Warm colors appear to advance, cool colors appear to recede. And so when you're looking at a landscape around you and you're like, how do I mix my paints? Just ask yourself, where is that element, that person or that tree or that animal, that building, or that abstract shape or color? Is it in the background? And if it's in the background, use one of your 3 or all 3 of your cool colors. If it's in the foreground, then you're going to use one of your 3 warm colors, warm yellow, warm blue, or warm red, right? And if it's kind of in between, then you can use a little bit of both, right? Now, that doesn't mean that cool colors always have to stay in the background. There's a long line of artists who kind of invert the colors, break the rules for various different reasons. Now, we're going to be using this particular brand of paint. I'm not sponsored, not paid. I haven't been given a single free sample of material. I like this brand because it's readily available in Canada and the United States. It's also probably the least expensive paint that for the highest bang for the buck, the highest quality inexpensive paint. So you'll see here, you can take a screenshot or write this down, or you can go into the Dropbox. I'll show you where that is later in just a few moments and download a handout that's got all of the things you're about to see. So you can just print that out, take that to your local art supply store, or compare it to what a local brand or your local online retailer might have, and see if you can find any of these matching colors. Now, you'll notice that many of the names are often very similar from brand to brand, and that's a good sign, right? It's not always the case. Sometimes when I was doing research on these different brands, looking at their websites, there were times where I felt maybe one other color might be a little bit more appropriate, or they just didn't make or have this particular brand pigment in stock. So, but there again, you're going to see some repeating names. So we can do everything we're about to do with with any brand of paint, and so that's also very helpful. But you don't need to just go and follow or support one company. You can use any of these to make it happen. Now, having said that, there is 2 brands I'm not a fan of. You have Museum Color and Peebo. Museum Color is a Canadian brand out of Toronto that you can buy across the country. It's one of the least expensive paints you'll find at a local art supply store. And Peebo, on the other hand, you can find it almost anywhere in Western Europe and North America. But it's the quality of these paints is terrible. You can find them at Michael's Art Supplies, and the problem with both of these brands is they add way too much white into the paint, which makes it virtually impossible to mix the colors as we have them here, or as I like to do them, especially mixing a black. Okay, so having borne all that in mind, what we usually do here is the image transfer. That's usually where I like to start here, but after kind of spending the day thinking about it, I'm going to leap ahead a step and we're going to come back to the image transfer. So what we're going to do here next is our first step is going to be the Imprimatura. And again, it's not usually where I start, but I think for today's painting, given some of the lessons I want to teach, we're going to start with the Imprimatura. So the Imprimatura is an Italian word for the priming layer, the first layer of paint. And you don't have to do this if you don't want to. You can use any color you like, but the way I like to do this is I like to use my warm yellow right out of the tube. I can squeeze it right out. This is this is this Amsterdam brand, their Azo Yellow Deep. And this is the only ever time I put water into my acrylic paint. There's no law preventing you from doing it, but I would discourage you from doing it anytime other than when we're putting on the Imprimatura. So why use it at all if I'm telling you not to use it any other time? It's because what we're painting on here is a 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board. And you can see that there's all of, first of all, they usually come wrapped in plastic, and I take the plastic off and I give it a little gentle sanding with some 100 grit sandpaper, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso. So I kind of put a couple little, actually here's exactly what I put up. I got these little painter's pyramids here, and then I brush my gesso on top. It drips all off onto the side. And so that's what some of this is. That's my fingerprints as I'm moving them onto some plastic over on the back there where things can drip. And then, so I let it dry and then sand it again with some 100 grit sandpaper, and that helps me get a nice smooth surface. And the reason why you can add water into this first Imprimatura layer on top of this is that essentially what gesso is acrylic paint and plaster, and so plaster absorbs water really well. And if you're of a certain age and remember breaking a bone and getting plaster bandages rather than fiberglass bandages wrapped around your broken bone, you know the first instruction the doctor gave you was to not get your cast wet. Because once it gets wet, it's like gonna absorb a ton of water, like a sponge. So, by putting a little bit of water into this surface, it's gonna really help this color stain the surface. So we're technically, we're not actually painting the surface, we're staining the surface, which is another thing, right? So paint technically sits on the surface, whereas stain soaks into the surface, right? Think about like staining your deck or your, some furniture that is being being salvaged or something, right? Okay. So I'm going to blow dry this to speed up the drying time. what? I'm just gonna make sure this is doubly nice and dry. Here's paint. I don't want that color mixing into the white and blue that I'm about to put on top here. Okay, so we're going to skip right to the background and we're going to start painting in this gradient of white to blue that's in the background. So let's take a look at the original and just contemplate how we're going to do this. Now, there's lots of different ways. The way that I typically like to do things these days is to do it all with glazing techniques. That way I can just take my time and I can build it up with a lot of control. But some people find glazing really difficult. We're going to do a little bit of glazing later because I just want you to see how that technique works. But for the background, today what I'm going to do is paint wet into wet paint, which is a little bit more difficult, but I think it's important to know that this technique exists. It's also a technique that I think can be, I think it's not, what it is it requires you have to be kind of on it. You got to be quick at it. You can't kind of be fumbling around. It's a bit of a performative action here. So let's get some paint on the palette. We're gonna get white. We're gonna need lots of white. Let's see if that's... Now, technically, that's a warm... Well, I was gonna say it's warm. It's pretty warm. Oops. Okay. Having said that, it looks like kind of a bit of a combination of both a warm blue and a cool blue, which is basically like a cobalt blue. It's the color that it kind of exists between my cerulean and ultramarine blues. So... let's just show you kind of materials I've got here. So I'm getting basically a bunch of my bigger brushes together. So that I'm going to mix a number of different gradients between white and blue. There's a lot of yellow here. You can see why I get confused. So then I want to be able to have a few different brush strokes or brushes prepped with those colors ready to go. So let's save the biggest one for our white. And we'll save our other biggest one for the darkest blue. And then we've got all these other ones for in between. So let's see, look. So I've taken my cool blue and my warm blue, mixing these together. It's still predominantly a cool blue, but it's now much warmer. It's right on that knife's edge almost between these two colors. Mix this color up. Now this one's a little bit more cool blue dominant. Just wanted to see before I mixed all those colors. You know what, I think I'm just going to import all of this into here. So I'm kind of over prepping here because being a little bit over prepared is when we're doing something like this, just makes your life so much easier. So you'll see that there isn't really this blue in the painting. What we're going to see in the original is sort of a white, and then she would have used this, basically blending those whites or the blues out, almost probably as like a glazing technique, or probably went back over top of it with white to kind of almost like a sponge technique. I'm not exactly sure how she would have done that. So I want to do something a little bit more different here today. So let's see. A bit more white here. brush is a little bit not as soft as I'd like. So what's happening is there's that white that's underneath this top layer. And as I wipe into that blue, kind of like how just simple this one here on the left is. So I'm going to come back with some more white paint. Okay. I can live with that, I think, for right now. So now I'm going to go the opposite direction. I'm going to take my dark blue. Gotta get that white that I just mixed in here mostly off. Okay, so let's take a look at these side by side. I think what I want to do now is put some of these cuts into the surface. So I'm going to use the same paintbrush I was just using earlier. Maybe actually I'm going to get a bit more paint. So how many? We got basically 3 on each side, right? That wasn't looking kind of good until... Okay. So it's not perfect, but I kind of like that as an alternative, because otherwise what I could be doing here is fiddling for the next hour trying to get that, and we did that in like 20 minutes. In fact, I probably did a lot more fiddling around here than you probably should really be doing. So I can understand if other people try that. The secret really is having lots of paint on here, or using something like a slow dry medium wherever yeah. Oh, it's somewhere. Oh, right here, right in front of me. So you'd probably want to use something like this, a slow dry medium, if you're feeling like that's too fast. Okay. I'm just gonna prop that out of the way, and I just want to do. Where's my water to clean? So I find colors like that can be kind of distracting when I'm painting. So I'm just gonna clean that off. So the reason it took so long to blow dry is because how thick the paint, in fact, there's still plenty of wet paint. If I hold this at certain angles, I'm not sure it's going to really... See, you can see that this is shiny and also appears almost a little bit lighter. It's because this area is still kind of wet. Same thing up there for sure. And the other thing too is you can see that some of the warm yellow Imprimatura is kind of coming through, especially as it dries. As the water evaporates from inside, it's going to become a little bit more transparent. So one of the reasons I blow dried this right now is I want to apply another coat of this warm blue across that surface here. And so I am out of it, so I'm going to mix some more here. Don't be alarmed when you paint it and you're like, oh my goodness, it's so much lighter. It's because it's wet. It's also because it's going on top of another surface as opposed to that yellow. With the yellow that was there previously, taking another brush just to kind of fade that out. In fact, I'm going to blow dry this again. Do one more layer. Just right at the very top there. That's my main concern. Okay. So I just want to compare those side to side. You know, one thing is this could be darker going all the way down. Do I want to try that? You know what? I'm gonna go with it like this. It's not gonna be the same, and I'm gonna embrace it. So let's just go with it. My mind, I'm thinking, you know what, it's always a balance between how close do I want to get to the original and how, and I definitely over the past few years have gone out of my way to try to get as close to the original as possible. That's why I end up with these like 8-hour long episodes. This one too. You know what, how about let's talk, I was going to maybe start doing some stripes, but you know what, maybe let's let this dry, and we'll talk a little bit about her artwork for a few minutes. Okay. So, let's talk a little bit about Georgia O'Keeffe and this particular artwork and why it's so important. Let me see. So, Georgia O'Keeffe was born in 1887, dies in 1986. At the age of 98 years old. Now, the last decade of her life, she wasn't doing much painting. She was doing a little bit of ceramics and doing some writing. But her kind of heyday is from kind of the early, about 1910 to about 1965 or so, is kind of when she's at the height of her powers, which is a long time. Most artists do not have a 40-plus year career where they are doing great work. This particular painting is from 1931, during a very productive time in her life. It's shortly before she has a nervous breakdown, and kind of stops painting for a few years, likely due to Alfred Stieglitz, her husband's wayward ways. But she kind of comes out of that experience kind of reborn and with renewed enthusiasm. So this is sort of very shortly before that that depressive period in her life. But let's take a look at this particular painting here. So as I said, it's a Metropolitan Museum of Art. It's over 1 meter high by nearly 1 meter wide, which is 39 inches. So we're talking, it's a big painting, whereas ours is much smaller. So we're not worrying about getting as much detail. As I said, it's at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. There's actually a pretty good little, I think it's just 2-minute long, kind of little interview segment by one of the curators, talks about the piece. Essentially, one of the main things that George O'Keeffe is doing in this particular artwork is it's her response to this idea that authors were talking a lot about in the United States during the early 1930s. Artists like Ernest Hemingway, F. Scott Fitzgerald, about what is the great American novel, if there could be something like that. And it was all generally men who were pursuing this goal as, to kind of the be all and end all, that create the high watermark of American, generally American fiction, which is what usually a novel is. George O'Keeffe, in a great interview that we talked about in a previous episode, says how one of the things that bothered her about that whole conversation, it was mostly conversations amongst American men who lived on the East Coast, who I think she said hadn't been west of the Mississippi, or I think maybe even the Appalachian Mountains. I think she might have even said further east, and hadn't really, like, how could they claim to write a book that expressed the full scope of the American experience if they'd only spent most of their lives on this little sliver of the East Coast? Whereas George O'Keeffe, even though she had spent the last few decades of her life on the East Coast, she had ventured further west, particularly to Texas, where she had gone to school in her youth, as well as all the way out to New Mexico, which is not on the West Coast, but it's, closer than many other places, closer than Washington or New York is, right? So while she had spent time in New Mexico, she had fallen in love with the landscape, with the people, and she started painting flowers there, as well as bones that she was finding in the desert there. And this particular kind of cow skull is one that she brought back with her from New Mexico to New York. I think she said a bin, or like a big drum, I think a drum of bones, as she recalled, from the desert. And this is one of the ones that was particularly attractive to her. So you have in this painting, obviously, the red, white, and blue with this cow skull. People have tended to look at Emily Carr, George O'Keeffe's skulls in a particularly negative way, as representing death or mortality. George O'Keeffe was just like, no, it represents life and the endless cycle of life, that that this animal lived and died, its body leaches back in and it returns back into the world. It actually is all about immortality, how it continues to live on after it dies, which I think is wonderful. So, it's surprising, as I was putting together this episode, like looking for people to talk about this image and sort of maybe what some of the ideas behind it were, besides her response to the idea of the great American novel. She was trying to make the great American painting. But the idea that you have this, obviously the colors of the flag, but this, come on, get rid of that. Maybe, actually, I like how this is. I just noticed it says it's currently not on view. Interesting. It says the bones represent the desert's enduring beauty and the strength of the American spirit. So, this idea of, rather than mortality and finality, of infiniteness, the enduring American spirit that is constantly being renewed, the indomitable spirit, represented by these bones, it's similar to, when you think of like on Halloween, yes, we think of like the bones as representing death, right? When you see people dressed up as skeletons, but the fact that there are these skeletons that are dancing around and moving and going trick-or-treat door to door, is about, demonstrates that these aren't, that there's an afterlife, that there is more to, for those bones to do, even though they're no longer covered in flesh and muscle, right? That they persist into kind of a new chapter, and if anything, become potentially more mischievous, more subversive, more active than they had been in the previous life, right? That they are more playful, right? When people put on costumes on Halloween, they tend to kind of feel a little bit more emboldened to do silly things that they might not otherwise do. This is all written about in theories of like the carnival and the carnivalesque, right? Particularly like Mardi Gras, Carnival, right? People dress up and they feel like they'll do things in costume that they would never do in the rest of their waking days. And so, again, the skull represents not death, but kind of the there's an everlasting quality to the American spirit. I just think it's a very interesting way of kind of giving the flip side to some of the more negative connotations that people might have about this. And I think that's one of the great things with Georgia O'Keeffe. I think she's constantly kind of challenging these norms and assumptions that people have, especially her being a female artist in a time where art is particularly kind of macho, and becoming more so throughout the course of her life with, let's say abstract expressionism, etc. Right? That there's, clearing a space for women to engage in the conversation of modern art. That also, yeah. Anyway, so let's. What else do I want to say about this here? maybe I guess I just thinking about. So we're going to be doing. This is another painting of hers that we're also going to be doing in maybe next week, perhaps. And again, it's a similar sort of motif. You have this skull. In this instance, this is a ram's head, ram's skull and horns. This time, however, this skull is floating in the air alongside a flower, sort of disconnected from, from everything else. It's sort of strangely floating, almost kind of ghostly, in front of this landscape, kind of like an apparition or something that one might see in the desert, as opposed to today's painting, which has this abstract background. One of the things I'm just thinking about as we're looking and talking about the previous painting is these kind of cuts or slashes, these lines that are in the background on the blue. I mean, one might say, though, well, those could just be folds in the fabric, which is possible. To me, though, they look more like cuts or slashes. I don't know necessarily what those would be. Again, it could be something like a, the endurance of these symbols of the spirit. Even though it can be wounded, it's still kind of like Christ-like, with the horns going edged, spread outward like Jesus on the cross. Man can kind of live on. And if we think of kind of like this, Jesus on the cross being cut under his right, is it under the right rib there, right by the Roman soldier who kind of pierces him with that the staff. These are, maybe many other wounds, maybe wounds that that same positive aspect of the American spirit has inflicted upon itself, like perhaps most notably the genocide of the First Nations people, the so-called American Indians, particularly in the West, well, I guess all throughout the United States and North America, the displacement of Native people from their traditional ancestral territories, either through murder or forcible relocation, and so these might be kind of scars, cuts, blemishes that can't be ignored, right? That become part of the fabric of this United States. Anyway, what else could I riff on here? We talk about, that this is a cow's skull, right? That particular choice, again, it resonated with her. She found it in the desert and wanted to bring it back. But, what is, we think of what is more American in terms of a food than beef, hamburgers, steaks, right? Obviously, other cultures around the world have eaten cows for many, many, many centuries. But, I think, if you were to ask people what is like the most American dish of all time, it would be hamburger, right? A cheeseburger, right? With the dairy also coming from the cow. So I don't know if she probably wasn't thinking about it that way, but it does seem a pretty apt and maybe serendipitous kind of choice. I mean, if you were going to try to find the bones of any other animal, what would it be? A bear, an eagle, what is another very American? Alligator? No. So yeah, I think the cow says it all, right? Okay, so let's. I want to get on to doing more painting here. So this looks like it's... Oh, it's still a little bit wet here. So actually, I'm going to blow dry that before I move on. Thought it was going to be nice and dry, but... Okay, so now that we've got the first bit of the background painted in, I think what I want to do now is put the stripes in, and then we'll put the skull in right over top of it. So let's think about how we want to do this. You know, I've got my image here. Now, one thing I noticed, you know, about the original is look how there's this right side has a little bit less red than the left side. We can easily do that, but I think for my purpose, I'm probably just going to try to make them as even as possible because they're probably going to get a little bit uneven anyway. So, really what I'm just thinking about right now is where the center of this painting is and putting a stripe there. All of the markings of this ruler have been wiped off. Okay. So I'm just measuring. Yeah, it is in fact 9. So if I paint this exactly the same, we would have about 1 1/8 inches, or just under 3 centimeters wide for the... Right. So it's, well, yeah, it's like 2.9 centimeters versus 1/8 wide, that stripe. So if we take it that let's see, maybe I'll do this right on here. All these reflections coming off the ruler at some... Okay, so halfway between 9 is 4.5. An inch on either side would be where... Should I do this with tape? Oops, sorry. One thing about using tape, though, is I might get some pretty strong ridges. Let's do it with tape. Let's rather than overthink this. I like folding the ends of my tape around. It makes it just always so much easier to get this tape off. Okay. So, to help with this process, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use some matte medium here. So matte medium is just clear acrylic paint. I'm just going to take this. I just didn't want to have like some kind of mark there, discoloration. You know, it could look a little bit shiny or not. Okay. Do I want to do the red stripes while I'm here? Should we just do that just all at once? I'm trying to decide if I make that the same width. Okay. I'm going to make it basically the same. Oh, okay. The reason why this is because I keep thinking about this space being what we're going to see down the middle, but of course that's the real stripe is just okay. I was getting confused. I was like, man, there's not going to be a lot of white space left after all this. But you know, that's happened a number of times when I've done these paintings like that. We're using tape. It just looks so obvious, but then when you do it, it plays a little bit of a mind game with you. And it has been a while since I've used tape in a painting. When you're doing this, just remember that we're going to be doing just this side and forget about the stuff in the middle here. Trying to brush away from the tape. The whole point of doing this is to try to keep the paint from going underneath the tape, especially with the colored paint as opposed to this transparent paint. But even then, if we can try to avoid having any of this going under, because it can cause a little bit of a discoloration. And you can also see that I'm doing the full stripe rather than just doing the edges. That way, when I paint over top of it, it's going to stay consistent in terms of texture. I'm just going to quickly blow dry this. Okay. So what should we do first? Let's get some more colors on the palette here. Let me just move this out of the way. I could just use black right out of the tube, but I always like showing people how to do this. So we've got our cool red, or sorry, warm red, cool yellow, and cool blue together, right? Mix these together, and we're going to get black. It's important just to keep on mixing. Right, because sometimes it looks green or brown, and it might be that eventually. But we want to really try to thoroughly mix those together. Now it's certainly not as dark as pure black right out of the tube would be, because all of these brands add titanium white as a bit of a filler to make the color more opaque, especially less expensive brands. As I said, but some do a really overdo it, and that's what leads to the impossibility of mixing your own black. It just looks like a pastel. Another thing, reason why, particularly for something like this, where I don't want to use pure black, is black tends to be a color that sits right on the surface. And it's going to kind of compete for space with that skull. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry that. Just trying to see it's relatively even, those brush strokes. Okay. So let's put another layer of this black on top. So, there's our black. And now let's put the red, this dark red. So, that's a warm red, but it's not a super vibrant red. In fact, it's almost like there's a little bit of warm yellow in there, as well as maybe a little bit of warm blue. So, that gives it a bit of a slightly brownish quality. So I'm going to take some of my warm blue. Okay. So I'm going to mix this color up here. I am almost, well, I'm very tempted to putting like a warm yellow under it. Anyway, let's just do this. I need more red, because I think I might have to do 2 coats. Nice. It's a bit of a deeper red, right? Probably should have put a warm yellow as a base under here. It would have looked really nice. It really would have made these glow. Because that warm yellow is all but kind of vanished underneath all that white and blue. Have I been muted this whole time? I don't like how I've got that discoloration there. I'm gonna do a little bit of a 180 here. Okay, let's try this again here. I'm gonna need some more red. It's a little bit darker. That's gonna be good. Okay. One thing about this is there's going to be some significant ridges. Ah, not too pretend. I don't know what language that was there. Ah! At least this area is white. Man, that was not bright. Not thinking at all there. You know, it's funny, as earlier on I was like, you know, maybe I should just put a big piece of tape there just to protect that surface. I'm like, no, I don't need to do stuff like that. I'm the teacher. The teacher doesn't need to do silly things like that. That's for beginners. Okay, let's blow dry this and put another layer on top of this. Oh. Okay, ideally, if I can get this to work with just this next layer, that would be great. Also, because I'm running out of paint, too. You know what, since I do have a little bit of paint left over, I'm going to do one more quick layer. This paint is definitely, there's still lots of wet paint underneath all of this, so I gotta be pretty careful, especially when I do my image transfer in the next step here. You know, it's gonna be like, it's kind of like walking on ice, because there's going to be parts of this that haven't fully cured. That should be plenty. Okay. Let's blow dry that one last time. So it makes it really easy when I've got those tabs pre-torn like that to just peel the tape back off and have to kind of fiddle with it. Let's start here. Oh no. This time, I'm going to peel away from the tape. Okay. So, everything looks great except this egregious problem right here. Like, look at the paint peeled right off like that. Yikes. Okay. So we're gonna fix it, all right? Look, you know, the great irony is that's gonna result in a wider bar on the left side. Ooh, yay. Look at this here. See if I can fix that just before I continue here. Little bit of the paint's coming off. I see a bit of the yellow from the Imprimatura coming through there a little bit. So you know what, I'm gonna just fix that with a little bit of my white paint. Now the best thing to do, ideally what I could do would be to widen this one as well. That would give me the best symmetry. But you know what? I feel like maybe there's something in the universe that said, Michael, you're trying to fix a painting by Georgia O'Keeffe? You think that that stripe on the left is just a stupid mistake? Well, guess what? It's not a stupid mistake. The universe has a plan, right? So let's listen to the universe. Okay, so I'm going to take my clear glaze or clear matte medium again. blow dry that. So I've got this ridge. I could try sanding. Oh man. This is not going to be a good idea. Okay. Let's just show you how terribly that turned out. Maybe I should have... Well, so the problem is this paint is not fully dry. You know, I was putting lots of layers on top of one another before they could fully dry. And let's see if you can see that from this angle here. Just peeled away, like total mess. So, what could we do instead? Do I have a gel medium I could put? Let me... if I can kind of hide that little ridge there a little bit. Okay, ideally I would blow dry this for a lot longer, but I need to motor ahead here. So it's going to try to recreate a little bit of my kind of pseudo Imprimatura that I put there. Did it again. Okay, that's pretty thick. It's going to take a while to dry, but let's just let's blow dry that. Okay, let's see how this turned out. Oh. Oh no. So what happened is the layer on the top was dry, the layers underneath weren't dry, so they just peeled right off. Okay. Well, I'm not going to give up so easily. Let's just see if I can fix this. time. Let's blow dry this. Look at that. All those layers of paint. So we'll try this. If this doesn't work, then I can't say I didn't give it my all here, right? Getting my white and warm yellow back together here. So we'll blow dry this, and we'll put one more coat on and peel it off, see how it goes. I'm even contemplating right now just tearing this off without even blow drying that top layer, so that it doesn't have to cut through as much paint. Let's try this. Okay. I mean, it's not, I still see some texture under there, but it's not a disaster. Let's blow dry it, and then I think we could move on even. Okay, let's move this out of the way. Just contemplating doing a touch-up or two. You know what, I think it's gonna be okay. I do just want to clean up here before I move on. think I'm just going to get some fresh water here. So this is basically a sludge. There's very few times where I've ever had to switch water in the middle of an episode. So. Okay. So I think that's a pretty good recovery. Yes, there's some texture there. I gotta stop picking at it because I just want to let it dry and adhere to the other layers around it and above it, below it. I mean, ideally, what I would do is just let this sit. Maybe overnight probably would be the best bet. And then tackle it in the morning. But you probably know I'm too impatient for that. So let's move forward here. Just stuff everywhere all over my fingers. Okay, usually 20 minutes into the episode, we're doing our image transfer. Today we're doing it a little bit backwards, so I'm going to do the image transfer now as opposed to way back at the beginning. because I wanted to spend most of my time, or at least not most of my time, I wanted to get the background established first, and that would have been really difficult had I been trying to paint around this the whole time. So, in order to find the image to transfer, I should maybe have shown this way back at the beginning, so you could download a copy of this. There's a link to a Dropbox folder in the description below. At the very top is the supplies to get started. And then right down here is where we're finding today's episode. Right there, cow skull. And so you could download the original image plus the template here. And so when you download that template, you've got the original and then my tracing of it. And I think once again today what I want to do is I'm going to use some white carbon paper as opposed to black carbon paper. This is charcoal paper. Oops. So that's what this is, this super charcoal paper. I do really want to make sure that that's as dry as it can get. Today is a special episode where everything kind of gets a little bit disorganized. Wasn't the smartest thing to put this right here. There's a number of things that weren't the smartest things to do in this episode. I got lots of pens, but I've used this red pen many times. And I feel like in this moment, I need as much help as I can get. Okay, so let's just see. 2.5 centimeters. A little bit low. Okay. Enough fussing. Let's get this party on the road. interesting. Like, let's look at these side by side. Look at the weird how this placement has gone. Interesting. Okay. So you can see that the stripe is no longer right in the middle. It could be, is it a little bit crooked and it looks about straight? I think, you know, when I paint this, I might try to rectify that. Whew. Okay. You know what? I might reuse this paint from earlier, this yellow and white. That's what I put underneath here, sort of like an Imprimatura. So even though I'm going to put even more white over here, I want kind of a little bit of this slightly lighter color. Not lighter color. my head was probably in the way for most of that, wasn't it? Okay, let me show you what I'm going to do here. I'm going to try to deal with these edges. So I'm going to try to build up paint on the lower side here. This is not really worth it. This is kind of a very silly thing to do. Yeah. Did I? Shoot, I should have done. Okay, well. Okay, so I forgot to do a title for Foreground 1. I just went right in after my image transfer, right into painting. So we're going to go into now putting some white over top of this, and then we're going to start refining it. So really what we have so far is a fairly nondescript, we just have the shape, right? And we need to bring some detail back into it. I think basically what I'm going to do here is we're going to glaze some white over top of this. So I'm going to use some glazing fluid. So it's basically exactly what's in matte medium. It's just got a chemical that slows the drying time down just a little bit. So it gives me an opportunity to kind of blend if I want. So we'll put some of that. So I can kind of paint and maybe soften some edges out a little bit as I go. So I'm taking, this is my glazing fluid here, just pure, it'll dry totally clear. I know it looks white, but we'll mix some white paint into this. So it's maybe 70% glazing fluid, 30% white paint. So mostly white, or sorry, mostly glazing fluid would mean it's going to be a bit transparent. And if I just look at this, you know, up at the top here, it's going to be mostly so I'm a little bit anxious because I can feel that the layers beneath this are are a bit wet. I'm going to add more white into this. Just it's going to mean I'm going to cover up a lot of that yellow, but because it's still so wet, it's just going to take me forever if I. So now I'd say I'm probably painting with. Ah! Just get a clean rag already, Michael. Get a clean rag. There's some weird textures going on in this one, Michael. Oh. So what I've just mixed is a gray with glazing fluid, and I can, because it's got the glazing fluid's got a chemical that's will slow the drying time down. If I make a mistake, I can wipe it away. But if I try to use a pencil to draw in here, I'm just going to be carving into the surface and making a terrible problem. So I'm just going to basically draw with my paintbrush. So obviously there's that crack going right down the middle. It's a little bit lower on that left side. Okay, perfect. That's pretty good. Let's amp it up with take a little bit more black. In fact, you know what? I should blow dry that. Okay. So I'm taking my warm yellow. So you can take a bit of that red, make a bit of a, it's a little too dark. Okay, I guess I need one that's just mostly, doesn't really have much white in it at all. So this is yellow dominant warm brown. Okay, so it's a little bit more yellow, but I'm planning on glazing back over top of it with some white. So I wanted to put that there so that I can always tamper things down if I feel they're a little bit too bright. So. Yeah, I was gonna maybe paint into it while it's wet, but you know, let's blow dry it. That way I don't have to, if I make a mistake, I can just wipe it away. Okay, so I'm going to take just pure white. Actually, maybe there's a little bit of glazing fluid here. The fluid is just going to keep it just a little bit more fluid-like. So the top of the skull there is going to be mostly white. So, but I'm not just kind of laying big solid white there. I'm just kind of going to build that up. Okay, we'll blow dry this. Okay. We're getting pretty close, and considering how far we were away, at one point it's basically a miracle that we're here. Okay, so let's take a look at the painting, or the original there. And we'll bring up my version side by side. There's maybe a little bit too much of that yellow in there, but I don't mind it so much. It kind of actually brings some of the yellow that should have been more transparent on the flanking red stripes there. So what should we do? Let's get... I'm going to glaze with just black now. So rather than gray, I'm going to glaze with black. So which is different, right? It's now I'm painting with semi-transparent black paint, and it's not going to cover up things quite so much. Okay, now I'm just going to take pure black. Well, the black that I've mixed, right? It's not pure black, but as black as this painting is going to get. So I don't want to kind of go all the way around with a super consistent thickness of line. That's going to make it look strange, just because of the way the shadows are, there's going to be some areas that are going to have thicker and wider lines. I'm just going to go around and continue to add little bops of darker and darker black. Just a few little white highlights. Okay, I need to blow. I should have blow dried that. Oops. Okay, I should probably just walk away. This is good enough. Good enough. Okay. Okay, we've arrived at the end of the episode here. So we'll do a quick side-by-side comparison and see how things turned out. Just a quick reminder to hit like, subscribe, and the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. It's also super helpful if you make a comment on an older episode so that encourages other people to watch them and the algorithm picks it up. You know, we're all living by the algorithm, and if you want to support the channel with $5, $10 to help pay off the camera and the internet and all that kind of thing, that would be hugely helpful. If you want to send an e-transfer via email, my email's on the website and Facebook group. All those links are down there below. So, how did this one turn out? Well, there's the original. And then there's my version. Let's just make that a little bit bigger. Okay. So, let's make sure that's in focus. Okay, well, all in all, considering that there were a few times while working on this where everything fell apart and we had a complete disaster. You'll recall this piece was, where was it? I think it was maybe like that. And it was so bad that I peeled this right off. You can even see there's the yellow Imprimatura. You can see here's the blue stripes. Yeah, that were right up there. So that came off of this painting. I really did consider giving up on this one and just starting over. But I thought, you know what, let's just see one last time if I can dig it out. And I failed again. And then I was able to save it. So it just kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And then it got better and better and better and better. And as I said, you know, I had an option to potentially, you know, keep these totally symmetrical with this side being equal to that side. And that's what my original plan was. And I did say, you know, it's probably not going to end up totally symmetrical anyway. So I'm going to start symmetrical and let it get wild. And, you know, her painting too, you could see the stripe on the left is wider than the stripe on the right. And so when I had this catastrophic problem happen here on the right hand side, I just decided, you know what, maybe this is a bit of a sign that the painting does not want to be perfectly symmetrical, and we have to kind of make an adjustment. You know, and so because I had this problem here, it's like, yeah, maybe the painting just wanted to be a little bit wider there. So went with it, kept it. Obviously she hand painted it, and you could see it's a little bit wobbly, that edge. I could have done that, obviously, but I thought maybe I would just show a little bit about how to do and not to do taped edges. So obviously you can see quite a difference too with the gradient. That blue could have come all the way down there, whereas I just kind of had it up here, and these kind of little slashes into the canvas there. It's one of those things that, you know, I suppose when we look at them side by side, it kind of stands out as a glaring difference. But I think when this painting is all by itself, I don't think people are going to really notice that, or really going to care. I think it's going to even out a little bit. A few things to think about in terms of color. These red stripes, bands, these are a little bit darker than they could have been. I did think about, and I even, when I first made it, I put in some warm yellow into this warm red and warm blue. So, and then I kind of, I don't know, I just got a little bit frazzled, so I decided to omit it, so now it's a little bit darker. On the other hand, my background, this blue, definitely appears cooler than the warmer blue on the left. Now, I think it certainly makes her blue look much, much warmer, or like a warm blue, although I still think it's kind of a cobalt, which is in between our warm and cool blues. But because this is so much cooler, it really makes hers look warmer. Again, I don't think it's bad. It actually does help make this pop. And so maybe the fact that these stripes are a little bit darker helps compensate for the lighter blue. You know, if they were both, if this was a little bit lighter, this might have felt like a little bit too intense, too saturated. So maybe it's doing a balancing act. Also, in hers, we don't have this baby blue color. We basically have blue and white, and this gradient is not really just it's almost like basically the best way to do this is what I normally do, which is some glazing over top of it rather than painting wet into wet paint. Anyway, let's just zoom in. And maybe let's go all the way down to the bottom here, just for... Again, we can really see the difference. Like, it really does, to me, look like this is done with maybe like a sponge or something. That's how she might be getting that effect. It's kind of hard to tell. Whereas mine is done very quickly. And considering how how much time I spent fixing that tape tearing there on the left, you know, it's, you know, I'm glad I took that little bit of a faster route. So I'm not even sure if you can even see this anymore. That texture. Let's come up here. I mean, I can see it from my angle, but you can probably see that's where it was some of the worst. That's where it originally peeled up, right? So that was always the worst area. And if that's as bad as it looks right now, you know, I think unless people really look at it carefully, they're probably not going to even notice that. So that brings me a great deal of pleasure to see that kind of recovery. Now you'll notice here on the horns of the cow, this is a bull, right? Or no, yeah. A cow would not have horns. I mean, technically a bull is a cow. Anyway, as you can see, there's a little bit of yellow on the top there. That was originally from when the first layer of paint underneath. I just decided to leave it there, give a little bit of color back up top there to contrast with that blue. Yeah, so there's a little bit more color in the skull than in hers, or at least according to this image. It's possible that you can see how kind of degraded the image is compared to you know, it's very pixelated probably on your screen right now. You know, yeah, it makes me feel like maybe I should have gone a little bit darker with my blue. Coulda, shoulda, and woulda. So basically, this skull, like if we're talking about this, the entire painting is basically a meter high, or what is that? 39 inches. That's about almost arm's length. That skull would have been, it would most definitely have been life-sized, but I'm sure probably about at least twice, maybe 2.5 times. Well, at least 30, no, 20, 18 inches. So I would say it's about 18 inches, whereas right now it's about, what, 6-7 inches tall. Right, so a lot of that detail in there, very hard to kind of do at this scale. So I'm pretty happy with the way that turned out. Okay, let's zoom back out. Wow, can you believe it? That's pretty thick. I don't know what to do with this. It's kind of fun. I mean, yeah. Anyway, thank you everyone for painting along with me once again. We are going to be, I think there's another George O'Keeffe skull painting coming up next week, so stick around for that. Hit the like, subscribe button, and consider leaving a donation if you found this interesting, insightful, hilarious, or tragic. So, and also again, thank you so much for watching and for perhaps painting along, and maybe even making today's painting along with me. Every time you're making art, you're helping to inspire other people around you, and I think art is one of the solutions for all the conflict in the world today. If everyone had a peaceful outlet like painting, dance, poetry, I think we'd live in a much happier and peaceful world. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you again next week. Until then, take care. Have a great night. Bye-bye. Whew.